right, good. So, it's week 5, Thursday, long day. We started. One part of us is contemplating interaction design. Our approach is, there are many different ways of how we could do that, but our approach is to have a look into a very widely used, known, celebrated, one of the most dominating real-time development platforms there are, and that is Unity. And we looking deep into the nuts and bolts by how can we design interactive behavior for things to play in Unity. And one very professional and one important approach for doing that is C#. C# is a high-level programming language that is used in Unity, and yeah, that's how you do things, many things. We looked at the theoretical foundations of core concepts of programming and how they are being played out in C# for Unity. But so far we didn't do anything fun necessarily. Okay, so in order to get some more experience and some context, today we're gonna do a case study to get a little bit used to C# and how it works, how it gets stuff done. Yeah, we have a small overview about the case study we're doing. Very general approaches to that. That is when you design an interactive experience in Unity, very quickly you're gonna need to use those 3 things, and you look at how they're being done. The first thing is somehow we should control a player. Somehow we take control of an element in the scene and do stuff, affect its position, affect its rotation, and most likely you're doing that through input, keyboard input, mouse input. How can you link those things to stuff in Unity? If you figure that out, you're a huge step in the right direction. Next thing is usually you want to know when things are being touched, when things touch, when a certain thing is reaching another place, when a certain thing is colliding into another thing. So we need to think a little bit about collision, and then how we can use that when things touch each other. How can we trigger other things? Okay, so these are very 3 core fundamental things in every Unity project that I ever worked in, that I ever encountered. You use those 3 principles. How you use them is differently, but today our objective is to understand how these things play out, so you can use these. So very likely in your project, even though your project is very different, you use that. Something you do controls things in the scene. Some things the user is doing, mouse, keyboard, is triggering certain things. Then certain things touch other things. And when that happens, certain things happens in reaction of doing that. Very likely that all of you are doing that. Okay, so this is our case study is the following. This is what we're trying to build in 10 steps. It's very simple. An exploration, open-ended. It's 3D. It could also be 2D. It really doesn't matter. I picked 3D in this example because 3D is a little bit harder than 2D. Because what's the difference between 3D and 2D? I have a camera in 2D also. If I have a 2D Unity project, I also have a camera. I can have a camera and take pictures of 2D objects. So it's fine. What's literally in the name 2D? What does 2D mean? What does 3D mean? And therefore, what is the difference? 2D has 2Ds. 3D has 3Ds. So this difference is 1D. What's this 1D? Ladies and gentlemen. Yeah? Okay, so what is that? Is that a difference? No, it's not a difference. Yes, you're in the neighborhood. So what is X, Y, Z? What is that? What is X, Y, Z? No idea? A mystery? It's 3D. The 3D stands for what? What is the 3D shortens? What does 3D stand for? What is the D? Three-dimensional. Three-dimensional, okay. And that is X, Y, Z. Okay, so therefore 2D is what? Two-dimensional, okay. So what's the difference then? There's one dimension that is the difference. And that is depth. Bingo, right? So 3-dimension is what? Which dimension are those? First, depth. We know that. What other thing? Okay, good. Yeah, or length and width, however you want to split it. Okay. So 2D has also a width, a length. Is horizontal, is vertical, but it doesn't have depth. Okay. So that means 3D is a little bit difficult because it has just one dimension more. It's one value to think about also. Okay, good. So what is going on in this prototype that we're trying to build here? So I can control looking around. I can control where my player object looks at with the mouse. Okay, I move my mouse left and right, and my character looks left and right. Okay. What else can I do? I can go forward and backward. So depending on which direction I look at, that's where I go. And then if I bump into walls, the floor is changing color. Okay, so there's something happening if I bump into the walls, and I have some strange, weird spinning objects. And if I touch them, they disappear. So I can, that would be a good start for a game in which I collect things, right? And maybe a next step is a game where I need to hide for enemy players or whatnot. Okay, so these general things that we're trying to do here is controlling an object with keyboard input, keyboard and mouse input. First thing. Second thing is colliding into stuff, bumping into things, and then based upon that, do things. So please get ready for our start. Open Unity, open a 3D template. So that means you have a 3D view in front of you. I like with the layout. The default layout is fine. Whatever layout you like working in for 3D. And the first objective is to build some sort of level that we can start prototyping. Okay, so the first challenge will be to create a floor with some walls and some sort of placeholder in the middle. So in this case, I used a plane for the ground, a boxes that I scaled around for the wall, and a capsule for my player. What you also can see is in my hierarchy that I'm a little bit organized here. So I have an empty game object for environment where my ground and my walls are, and my player. And you can see here that some game objects are grayish and some of them are blue. Who knows what the difference is? Something we played around in week 1, we covered that. Why is that? Why is that blue? And those are not blue. What is that an indication of? So let's say that. Okay, so my example here is I have this one object here. That's a one wall. And I use this one object a couple of times. So if you have one object and you use it again and again and again, what is that? A good opportunity to use what? Bingo, prefab, right? And this is blue. From now on, you know, when you see blue stuff, you see it's a prefab. Okay, so I made a prefab, my wall. How do I do a prefab? How do I create a prefab? Yeah, not important at the beginning. I'll show you later. But start creating this level. Okay, have a plane. Give it some walls. Slap a capsule in the center. I'm gonna do the same here. At the end of the session, I give you this case study. I package and throw that case study on canvas, so you have those things. And what you can see down here in the bottom, you can see it's very nicely organized. So you can see here folder. Every stages that we're gonna do today is here nicely documented. Good. So this is my default Unity thing. All I got is a main camera and direction light. So I start dropping some stuff. What is the thing you throw in there? What are those things? What are those things called? Everything you throw, most of the things you throw in your hierarchy, you throw in your scene are what? The things you want to put in your game, the objects you put in your game are what? I just told you the answer. Game objects, right? So use game objects in order to design your level, okay? So in this, what we're doing right now is prototyping. So we're not really concerned with creating beautiful assets, making gorgeous art. No, we just want to test some basic behavior, some basic things happening. So I don't really care about any beauty here. So I have placeholders, I have blocks, and everything looks ugly. But I'm just checking if I understand how the functionality works. And once I'm happy with that, then I go back to my asset creation and design my assets. So let's see. Game object, 3D object, plane, boom. I can scale this 10 by 10. Then what I start paying attention to is those position data. So Unity places stuff accordingly what you just selected or where you are in your scene. So what I try to do is here, I single it out to 0. So I know the positioning of my object is right in the origin point of my coordinate system. So you see here, when I scale my plane, I scaled it X and Z, and I didn't scale it Y, at the Y axis. Why do you think that is? What happens if I scale it along the Y axis? Nothing. Because a plane is a two-dimensional object. Okay, so good. And also, what I start doing is I name my stuff. This is my ground. My ground. Okay, so now next thing is I'm gonna do my walls. However you think it makes sense for you. In my case, I take a cube. So I'm gonna switch now in a different view so I can see better what the hell I'm doing here. So I made here a wall. I made a cube that I start to scale and position. How did I position it? I changed it along the position, the y-axis, so that its bottom is at the ground level. And the ground level is in our case 0. And what I'm also be doing here is I'm gonna call this wall. And I also gonna make I'm gonna create a material. So in your assets down here, I right click, create material. Name it, changes to a blue color in my case, and I drop it on my wall. Okay, and now it's a thing. Okay, so again, there are many different ways of doing that, but I know that I'm gonna reuse and recycle this item a couple of times. So I'm gonna turn it into a prefab. That means I'm turning into an object I can use again and again and again and again. Instance. And the way I'm gonna do that is I just do following. I have it in the hierarchy, and I just drag and drop it into my project window. Now watch what happens when I do that. It turns blue. It shows up here. And it's called parenthesis prefab asset. Okay, so now I just turned it into a prefab. So that means if I want to use it again and again, before I do that, let me just position this correctly. Let's see, where should I put that? Okay, this is -50. Okay, so I need another wall. And now, very nicely, this is very good for level design. I can just drag and drop my wall into the hierarchy, and this creates a copy of that. Boom, see, I have another one. And this one I move the other side. And again, this one I'm gonna rotate 90 degrees and move to that side. I'm not sure about those values. These values are not important, just that it looks like we're dealing here with a ground that has some borders. Okay, how far they are apart that is in my case, because I scaled my ground floor with the factor of 10. These values make sense for me. And a fourth time, okay. So now what I see is that the edges of my wall don't touch nicely. And what I'm now trying to do is I try to fix that by going into the prefab. So you can see when you have the prefab selected, your inspector, you have this thing here, prefab open. This means you go into the original object. And when you change it, all changes are affecting all the copies. Okay, this is the beauty of a prefab. It's a thing that has references. And when you change the source, it just magically affects all the copies. So what I'm doing here? See my view here? I'm here in it. It's a little bit like in Illustrator. When you double click on a tab, you end up in it. So everything is grayed out. I only can see my wall here. And I'm gonna scale it up just a little bit more. Just a tiny, tiny thing here. So it reaches over the edge. And so let's see. And now I go back. Yeah. And see now, this change that I just made to one prefab affected all other prefabs because they're all connected. See? Now every corner is nice then, and only did one change. Now imagine you're building like a level that is big, 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 and you have an object you use again and again, and you want to change it. So if you have it as a prefab, you just make a change once, and it updates all over the place. Okay. And also what I want to be doing here is I try to be very organized. See, I'm a little bit like a retarded person. I'm very slow, and I'm very conscious of what I'm doing, and that's perfect. Because what you not be doing here, you don't want to end up in troubles. So I'm consciously very, very slow. As a programmer, you're not getting paid, or as a developer, or as a designer per se. All design disciplines, you're not getting paid based upon how much you throw out into the world. You're not getting paid how many things you can throw into the scene here. You are paid based on how the quality is. So less is more. Remember, in programming, if you have one line of code that does the job beautifully, it's better than having 100 lines of code, right? So that means I can take time. If you're a coder, you don't need to write fast. I write very slow in order to make sure I know what the hell is going on. So what I'm now doing here is I try also in that spirit to try to stay organized. So in my hierarchy, what could I do? See, my hierarchy, it starts to get messy. Wall 1, 2, 3, ground direction line, main camera, whatever. What could I do to stay organized in my hierarchy? Any ideas? Sorry?
We cannot create folder, right?
Yeah, but that's the spirit, exactly. I want to have something like a folder, right, to stay organized. So in Blender, in After Effects, those things have different names. In this case here, they are called create empty. So right click here, I create an empty game object. And this I use as my folder, because you can use every game object as a folder through parenting, right? You can drag and drop anything into anything. So everything is a folder. And now use an empty game object. Double check the position. Here, make sure this is S0. Okay, nicely in the middle. And now I throw all my environment things in there. Drag and dropping. My ground, my light, Okay, nicely. So I have now my main camera and I have my environment. So next step is the player. I could go into Blender and model something beautiful, but all I'm concerned with is just testing basic functionality. And the most best replacement for a placeholder for play is a capsule. So I'm gonna do that. Create 3D object. So different ways we can go there. You can go game object, 3D object. You can go via the menu, or you can go right click hierarchy, 3D object, capsule. And if I hit F, I zoom into that. Okay, see the capsule was created, stupid thing, stupid place, doesn't make sense. So if you get lost with your camera, whatever, if you do like this, like me, I'm an idiot getting lost. Zero out. So if I put it at 0, you see that the center of it is stuck right in the bottom. So that means if I go to the position Y up half of its size. Half of its size, or maybe full of its size. Let's see what happens. 1. Ah, yeah, see? So I move it up 1 unit because it's 1 unit its size. And now I end up nicely on the floor here. Okay, so it all looks like it makes sense. The more messy I am here, the more potential problems I can end up having here. And at the same spirit here, I'm gonna create a material for that. Material, air, material. It doesn't matter. I go here with orange. Here. And throw it into my capsule. And I call this capsule there. Okay. What I'm now doing, you see me when I name stuff, I always add an underscore. You don't need to copy me here. I just do it because in this scene I already created all those objects in all those folders. So I'm adding a lot of underscores in order to not have a conflict later on. Okay? You don't need to add those underscores. It's just me. Okay? Just a note. All right. Good. So let's test this. Let's hit play. Let me go back to another. Okay, yes. Stop. Yes. Okay, when I hit play, yeah, I mean, nothing happened. I look through the camera that I have in the scene. Okay, I may be happy with that or not, but it is a pure coincidence. So if I want to change the camera, how it looks like, I take my camera and start moving it around. Where's my camera? I take my camera and start moving it around. See, in this view, in this 2x3 view, I can see my scene and my game at the same time, and also have this in the preview here. So I start moving the camera around until I have a view that I like. And it, of course, will depend on your character. So in this case, I maybe do this, and then I rotate it a little bit looking down. And I'm happy with that. Now we need to think a little bit ahead. When I want to move my capsule around, I want the camera to follow. There are so many ways of doing that. The most simplest way could be what? I have two objects, and one object should follow, should be linked to another object. How could this be achieved? In After Effects, in Blender, in 3ds Max. Sorry?
Blender to have full camera follow the character you have, like constraint camera.
Okay, yeah, this is complicated. Simpler like that. Ah, bingo, nicely done. Parenting, okay? It's just you drag it into itself. So you move the parent around, the child follows automatically. Okay? There's a hierarchy issue here. Okay? Very simple. So what I now create here is I'm gonna create a new empty. New empty, put my player into here and also my main camera. Okay, that means now when I move this parent, see, my capsule and my camera is following. Why? Because this is not the parent. These things are inside. That's the folder. And I move the folder and everything follows. That's what is inside the folder. Okay? Super simple. Good. I also want to check that the empty game object has coordinates at 0, 0, 0. And it all looks good to me. Okay, so I'm happy. So we finished with this stage. What is this stage? We have a basic level going on. We have a floor, we have walls, we have a player character, and the camera follows the player character. Yes, there are different ways of doing that. Every other way is more complicated. Okay? What we're doing today is vanilla C#. We're not using any weird packages or add-ons or plugins. We do it right from scratch, ex nihilo. Okay? Simplest way possible. Good. So how far are you? Okay, right? Yes. Okay, so maybe we have some translate issues here. We have a double transport. So what is this?
This is empty.
Is that
camera player?
So you have some position on top of that. Yeah. I would undo the hierarchy. Let me check in my case. Is it working for you? Okay, good. I would do the same thing again. Be very careful. Yes. Put the position, put the capsule in the center, and only change the camera where you want it to be. Yeah, understand. Good. All right. Okay. So let's start the next chapter. So what's the next chapter? Okay. This is basic movement. I'm gonna create here a script. Now we start taking over with C#. Okay, now we want to have stuff behaving. And this is now when we start with C#. I called it basic move. So I'm start somehow take control of my objects with C#. I start by collecting my thoughts and feelings. Special thing. So thinking about how to move game object via C#. We have some new learning. What we need to look into that, and that is vector 3. Vector 3 is a special data type that can deal with 3 values. Vector 3 has 3 values. And for us, that is nicely because it's X, Y, and Z. Okay. So that's vector 3. An integer can only hold one whole number, right? But the position in our game object is X, Y, and Z. So we need to have somehow a storage container that can hold 3 values at the same time. Who knows another example of storage container in the world of digital media that needs to be able to hold 3 different values? X, Y, Z. What else comes to mind when you think of digital media? 3 values that make up something. X, Y, Z, or where is a pixel in space? X, Y. Where is the pixel in 3-dimensional space? X, Y, Z. What color is the pixel?
Oh, RGB.
RGB, same stuff, okay? Good, so. Next new learning is we can crawl into the components where this script is attached to. Okay, this script. The basic idea is we have here the player. Okay, the player has, this is the empty game object, the folder that holds everything. And this has a component, a transform component. And in this transform component, we have position, X, Y, Z. Now we can go there and access that. We can go there and find this. Good. The first thing is we're gonna brute force reset the position to find the position at the start of the game. This is the first thing we're trying to do. And we're doing that by creating a variable for the start position. Now I'm gonna make this public so we can see it. And this is already, if you need a variable for the start position in 3D space implies X, Y, Z. Therefore, which data type it has to be? X, Y, Z. Which data type stores X, Y, Z? Vector 3. That's what we just talked about. Okay, so that means this is a vector 3. Okay, and then I call this, so this is a different kind of variable. That's the data type of the variable. After I have the access modifier, the data type, I have what? When I declare variable, what comes after the data type in the syntax? You want to declare variable. First is the access modifier, that is optional, public, private. Then comes the data type, integer, string, float, vector 3. And then comes what? Name, okay? Start position in my case, origin. Okay, this is the origin. And I say, remember how we defined arrays? When you fill the arrays, and I said, well, you know, when you there's one version when you fill an array where it says new data type, blah blah blah, and I told you please keep using that version because you use it again and again, and it's also how you initialize vector 3s, okay, with the keyword new, and then you repeat the data type, and then you say those X, Y, Z. But in our case, what is the X, Y, Z value of the origin position? What do you think? Sorry? 0. Bingo. Okay. So this is 0, 0, 0, 0. Okay. What did we just do? We created a variable that stores the origin, the 0 position, X, Y, Z 0. Okay. Now we take this and throw it into the position of the transform component. For that purpose, I'm gonna now create a function that resets position. Okay, good. So I create a function. Again, I can say access modifier, public, private, but it's optional. I don't need to do it. After access modifier, what comes when you declare a function? What comes after the access modifier? In a variable, after access modifier in a variable comes what? What is vector 3? What is string? What is integer? What is float? Data type. Bingo. A variable stores data. Okay? In function, you also have a type, but that's a return type. The most often you use what return type when you define function? Again and again and again and again. Which return type is start and update? Sorry? Which keyword do you see here in front of start and update? Void. This is the word you keep using when you start defining functions. Okay? So therefore, void. And then we set parentheses, curly bracket. Okay, so I now need to somehow crawl into position of this game object. Okay, we didn't talk about that. This has to do with objects. But you can access the components on which this script lives by going with the dot notation. Maybe you remember that in JavaScript we talked about objects and classes a bit. And always when you see dots, dot, 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 you're dealing with classes. Dot is the address, where you address and go into something in it. Okay, and we're gonna use this now. So we can go into this. This means this object, this class, where this script is attached to. This is where it grabs it. If I say this, take this, and now we go inside of this. So where do we need to go? We need to crawl into here, okay? So first we need to get the player, this game object, player, boom. Then we need to go into transform, boom. And then we need to go into position, boom. So we go, literally what I just said, this. This transform position, okay? Literally what I just said. This transform, okay? Boom. And boom, these dots, it means getting into where, okay? All the time when you see blah, 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 dot, also confusing what that means. This is a class, and in the class there's stuff in there. And if you want to go into this stuff, I use the dot and I crawl into it, blah, 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 blah. Transform, okay, what is the next one? Who guesses it? What do I need to write now? Yeah, bingo, okay. Position, okay. Okay, and now I say this should be, okay, what is position holding? Look at that. What is position holding? X, Y, Z. That means which data type? Vector. Okay, so I can use a vector to put into there. Okay, so that means I can assign it the origin and semicolon. Okay, now I define this function, but I'm not calling it. So I'm gonna now, just to be sure, I use my debug.log and say so in case this function is being called, this debug message will show up, and I know at least this function is called. Maybe I made a mistake here, but at least end up in this function. So I declare this function, but what am I doing not for this to work? The function you do two things. You declare them and you call them. Okay. So resetting is something that happens at the beginning of the game to reset the position. Therefore, I throw it in the start. Okay. How do I call a function? What is the syntax for calling a function? Syntax for calling a function. Function name. And parenthesis. And semicolon. Okay, good. All right. So let's see. Very careful here, okay? This script sits here, but doesn't do anything. It is not part of my scene. Therefore, I need to do what? Sorry? Bingo. To make it part of the game. Okay, good. I throw this onto the player. And, well, you know, look at my player. My player is already 0, 0, 0. Okay? Let's test this by taking my player and moving it around. Okay. I'm somewhere here at the beginning, and now I start my game, and I hope to see that my function is called and the player is resetted. It shows up at the origin point. Let's hope that. And boom. See? This C# did that. I moved the player in a different planet, but C# took the position and threw it in the origin here. And the console says reset function is called. Okay? So now what we know that we can brute force positions. We can just keep overriding. Now you're here, now you're here, now you're there. By crawling, by using classes with the dot notation to crawl into those components. It means this game object has a component called transform. In there is the position, and the position holds what data type, vector3, and we fill it, we assign values, whatnot. Okay? Good. So we also gonna do the next thing is we're gonna move. Our learnings from motion is we can move. What's another word for moving? What's a more smart way to say moving things around? Change the position, right? It's another way of saying the same thing. What other way of saying is that? Or else could we say changing the position? Transform, yeah. It's a thing you do with the transform. What else could we do? Think maybe what else? What other word in the neighborhood can you think of? We have something in English, and then you want to move it into Vietnamese. We do what? Translate. Okay. Translating is moving things from A to B. We can move with vectors. Okay, that's the next thing. So when I now write my creating a function for translating this game object along a vector, void move parentheses curly brackets. Okay, so I crawl again this transform, and now in this class exists transform, and in my transform class I have certain function I can look up. You can go to the Unity scripting API and see what's available. You can rotate things, you can translate things, and then now perform a translation. Maybe let's look into that. Maybe what we're gonna do is let's pretend we don't know how that works. And so Unity C# move object. Let's see what happens. Bingo. See, I'm an idiot. Unity C# move object scripting API. Transform.translate. That sounds promising. Click on the first result. Transform moves the transform in the direction and distance of translation. Transform.translate vector. Okay. Okay, I take that. Translate, and then we have vector. Vector is 3 values. Okay, X, Y, and Z. I'm gonna start playing around with 1. And I call this in the update because this motion is supposed to happen again and again and again and again. Okay, I'm not sure about this number here. Okay, all I'm doing that I translate it along the x-axis with 1 unit. 1 unit every frame. And 1 unit in Unity, who knows that? Unity doesn't have any units. Unity things are big 1 by 1 by 1. You scale that up of 10. What unit is Unity using? What is 1? Centimeters? Kilometers? If you think of space. Sorry? Unit. Liters. Celsius. For spatial values. What do you think what unit you're using? If I have a cube, it's 1 by 1 by 1. What? Centimeters? Meters, okay? So that means now I'm now thinking about that. 1 unit is 1 meter. This is being called once per frame. My game runs at, oh, I don't know, 30 frames per second. So 30, maybe 60. 60 times per second, the thing is moved 1 meter. It means it moves 60 meters per second. It's going to be very fast. Now I'm already thinking, you know, I want to slow that down. I use a decimal point. And in the moment I use a decimal point, I need to use what? F, because it becomes a float. Oops. Okay, I think now we are safer. I think if I would have put in 1, the thing would be a little bit too crazy. Okay, let's test. All right, and it moves. It goes positive on the x-axis, which is in our case right. Okay, so let me go there to 0. So now the good news is we can not only control the position, but we can also change the position over time with translate. That's the very good news. But we don't want to do it based on a value we hard coded into a script. Ideally, we want to make that dependent on user input, on the heart rate, depending on what you the heart rate. That a player can control the speed of something with the heart rate, with their steps per day, with their heart rate variability, with their brain waves, with their finger press, and so on. Okay, with pressing the arrow keys on the keyboard. That's what we're trying to do today. Okay, so that means we're gonna use placeholders, variables. Okay, so instead of doing this here, I'm gonna fill that now with variables. So at the beginning of my script, I'm now create for translating. So public. You already saw it. I used decimal points, so I'm gonna use a float. And I have here along the x-axis translate. Maybe I started with this value. Okay, and now we're gonna switch that out here. X. Okay, this is now witchcraft. What I did is I used, instead of hard coding the value in here, I parked the value in a variable. This one here. Okay, and watch this. I made it public. What does it mean when I made it public?
Visible.
It's visible here. X translate. Okay, but it's also accessible to all the game, to all of the game. There's a different way of doing the same thing, but less public. And I can use a serialized field. You see that very often. I use that now. What this means to serialize, did I write that? I'm getting dyslexic. Oh. Okay. See, serialized field does the same thing like public, but it's a step between private and public. So public you use when you want to make something like super public, meaning all the game objects of all the scripts in all of your game needs to see that and have access to it. That's super public, okay? Yeah, you see it in your inspector, but everyone else sees it, okay? If you want to have it a little more private, but you want to still see it in your instructor, you use serialized field. Okay, so and this is not a public float, but I can still see it in the inspector. Okay, so don't be shocked when you see examples where people use serialized fields, because you only make public what you really need to make public usually. Okay, so good. But now the cool thing is this. I can do this. I can change this value at runtime because it is public, a little bit more public, and I can change this. I can now change with my mouse. It's a little bit awkward, but I can change this direction in which this is going. Where am I? Come back. Yeah, I'm lost in the abyss. So by going super positive, I go right. By going super negative, I go left. And the farther I go left, the faster I go. Okay. So the quest for you. How can you move not only right and left, but also forward and backward? Okay, so that means here we translate along the x-axis, but maybe, and the x-axis is left and right, but maybe we need to translate along another axis to move forward and backward. I think it sounds like you remanded. Can you click on that? Is that okay? Click on it. See? You renamed it back past. This is not called movement. Then you didn't save it. This is another program called Packet Manager. Update that. This is a problem that comes happening again and again. If you get confused with why your C# scripts are not updating or whatever, we found a fix for that. I think our install of Unity, they have a bug. So you need to go to Window Packet Manager. Make sure your Visual Studio editor is up to date. That fixes that. Don't get confused. There's a Visual Studio Code and Visual Studio Editor. Visual Studio Code is the smaller brother of Visual Studio Editor. Yeah, working? So the name we set, so we have some sort of spelling mistake. Yeah. Functions always start with uppercase. The function names always should be uppercase. You do them in two. You make a right click, create. Yeah. We maybe try to be more lazy, okay? Instead of doing it again and again, you already have it here, don't you? All right? Why you just and then test it if that is the right axis. Yeah. Yeah. Well, in your case, it looks like it's position right, so you go into the player and look at the player first. So you need to move it where it should be at the bottom. Okay. Now it's the problem is that your origin is not 0, 0, 0 because we didn't use an empty game object. Right? So in my case, I use empty game object, which is 0, 0, 0, and then I put the player inside of that. Okay? It's not wrong, it's not right, that's why we want to do it, right? Then your origin is not 0, 0, 0, your origin is 0, 1, 0. You need to change this here. Otherwise, it will put you back on the floor. Okay? Okay. I think you have the same problem. I think in your case, you don't have an empty game object. This is the capsule, right? See, the capsule is 0, 1, 0. So your origin should be 0, 1, 0. For my purpose, it's right because look at my player. You two look at me. All that stuff. See how my player is composed? My player has 3 parts. An empty game object. There's nothing in there, it's just a placeholder, okay? And I have that at 0, 0, 0. That's where my origin is. And then inside I have the capsule. That's the capsule. Maybe I should have named that better. So this is the empty game object and the capsule and the main camera. Therefore, I on my origin is 0, 0, 0. But the capsule is below. It's 0, 1, 0. Okay? So either way, you need to change the origin, or you need to also put it in an empty game object. Okay? Okay, so what's the name of the whole thing? So one thing already is problem. You went right in my head without any testing that function. So I don't know if you ever start here. Then okay. So I think here's the problem because we're not using this transform position. We're using this transform translate. And you use okay. Very careful in what you do. And test, always test. Everything you do, test it if it works. And only after you know it works, you go ahead and do something else. Otherwise, you just don't know where your problems are. Okay. So we have two different ways of doing that. We have this .transform.position, and we have this transform.translation, uppercase translation. Okay. I think this is in your case. Never go to the next step unless you know the previous steps work. Ah, yeah, good, cool, moving around. So, 2 axes. Yeah, goes up. So, is that what you want? Yeah, okay, good. Yeah, that's a good get. So you have 2. You control 2 axes at the same time. Then you do up, down, left, right, up, down. Keep it there. Inhabit. Go negative. Yes. Yeah, you. All right. That one's there. Yeah. Is working accordingly?
Well, I tried. It worked when I moved forward, so I wanted to try going backwards. Yeah, I know, but
Are you writing a script? Well, I think they're fighting. They're not doing. Who's doing what?
I commented it out when I called it. So.
Yeah, now he wants to move it in this direction. He wants to move it like this, and he moves it. I think they're fighting, and some of them has priority. I think the one function called first. I think the second one is overriding the previous one. I think they're fighting. Okay. So, yeah, that's they're fighting for attention. Okay, so let's do approach the solution for this one here. So what we do here is we just would do this again and again and again. X, Y, and Z. And let's start everything off with 0. At the beginning, nothing moves at all. And then I have just here Y translate set. Translate, as simple as that. Okay. Now, what is what? And the coordinate system is maybe different 3D packages. In our case, x is horizontal, left and right, and y is what? Up and down, up and down. That's not where we want to go forward and backward. Okay, in our case, this is along the side. Okay, so let's test that. It still works. Why? Because it's saved here, the value here. Okay, good. So it's not moving. So now I start experimenting with y. It goes up, goes down. And let me go 0. And then it stops. And no, now I don't see anything. And now I play around with the set. And now I go forward and backward. Okay. So in my case, I don't want to touch y. And I want to touch x and z. In my case. Okay. So I just create the variables for that. And just do that. I want to plug it all in one place. Okay. So good try. Just be more lazy. Just plug it all in there. Does it work? Yeah. Be careful. So yeah, see, load f. And the moment you use decimal points, dot 0, you need to use what? An f at the end of your value. Okay, good. Serialize. It's serialize. It's not serialized. It's serialize. 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 Yeah, working? Yeah, again, you only do it once, okay? Not twice. Only once. Well, you need to replay. You don't replay. Okay. So now let's think of that. You know, ultimately, what we're building up here is what we did do so far. We brute forced the position. You know, we take value to this. Okay. At least now we have a little bit of interactivity because during the gameplay, I can go in the inspector and wobble around with those numbers. Okay. But is it a good interface? No, it's not a good interface. You know, I need to go in the inspector to do anything. So what we now prepare is to manage and take control of the transform of the translation of our game object to the keyboard input. Now let's check out the input manager. Let's do a new learnings. Check out. Input via Project settings. Manager. Okay, let's check out the input manager in Unity. Project edit, project settings, input manager. This is where you configure the controls to use with the Unity Engine .input API. Consider using the new input system. No, it's not using InPage, we're doing old school. All right, horizontal and vertical, mouse, all interesting. What is horizontal? The name is horizontal. The negative button, the positive button, left and right. These are your arrow keys, left and right arrow keys that move along the horizontal plane. And you can X that, you can hook that up. So let's explore that. Or if I'm an idiot, I can just, again, Unity, C# input scripting API. And I find all this stuff about here. Input, get button down, get axis, get mouse button. That's how you get all the input you can throw into the game engine. So in our case, we're gonna use the horizontal here. And we do that to get user input. So in my move here, get input. And I get that what I found is input dot get axis, and it takes a string. So what is that? We crawl into the input manager, get, so you see the dot notation again? This is us going into. We go to get axis and then we're looking for a string. Just to show you that again, what we're doing. We are in the input manager, get axis, and we get the horizontal one. This is what we're grabbing. So just out of curiosity, I'm gonna debug that and see what it is. So in my update, I'm gonna do a debug log. So what I'm not doing is I just am interested in what that is. I'm gonna print it to my console log to see what it is. And see if I hit my arrow keys, is there in the console something that is being spit out, okay? And because input is happening again and again and again and again, I throw it into update, all right? It's not something once I do at the beginning and start, I do it again and again. I get the horizontal input of my operating system. Yeah, so let's see what happens if I do this. The console. I get 0, 0, 0, and now I click my arrow keys, left and right. If I do left and right, I start to get values. I get float values. Okay. When I hit my arrow keys, the values change. I can then see that they are between 0 and 1 and 0 and -1. So my left arrow key, if I hit it very hard, I get -0, -1. And if I hit the hard right arrow key very hard, I get +1. And notice I need to click in this window, okay, before I start. Otherwise, it just doesn't register. Okay, everybody getting the input, getting stuff happening. And now we're going to use that and feed into translate. Okay, I know this works. I just debugged it. So I go into my move again, delete it out from my debug. Okay. Squeeze. How can I do that? How can I squeeze this? These are my arrow keys into my translate. Who's an idea? Okay, squeezing is very English. It's not very C#. My computer is very stupid. It doesn't really understand when I say, hey, can you take that and squeeze it into your translate? Stupid, doesn't know what I'm saying. How can I say that same thing just with a little bit more C#? I have one thing and I want to put that into something else. What is that in the program paradigm? I have something I want to put into something else. Ah, yes, bingo. I assign it, okay? So now tell me, what do I assign with what? Whom do I marry? Whom do I link? I have something to assign and something to be assigned to. What should I link? What should I assign with what? Also the answers. That could be wrong. Any ideas? This is my left and right arrow key. Where do I put it into what? What should this be assigned to? Sorry? Say again? I already have it. I have the key already. I get access. I have it already. But what to do with that? I want to throw it into translate, right? So how do I throw it into translate?
You put it on X translate.
Bingo. Like there are many things I could do. I could just take it. I can take the thing and just override it like this. I just really throw it in there, right? But a little bit more elegant is what Catherine suggested. I take X translate and assign it to that. Boom. Okay. So what is happening? X translate is a variable that I define somehow. And when I come to move, translate is overwritten with whatever my left and right arrow keys are doing. Okay. And then whatever this is in there, this is plugged into translate. Okay. So now what I really hope that I establish this link here. Okay, see, it's very simple. Maybe it's too simple that you overlook it, right? But it's like super basic. But we want to make sure we understand every step of it. Are you crashing on me? Okay, let's see. I click in this window. Okay, I click on this window. Oh, nice. Nice. And now move it left and right. Nice. It did work. Good. So, quest. I can now move left and right. But can you do the same thing now for forward and backward? How do you get the forward and backward keys into Unity and plug that into the corresponding axis that you want to translate? Ah, I'm hearing some good words being thrown around. Okay, let's try that. Yeah, semicolon. Ah, yeah, window. Loading, huh? So when you have y goes up. I don't think we want to do with the y. The y is up and down. Let's look at the value. Let's click on the what is in here. Okay. There's the capsule. So see, the capsule has suspicious data in there. Right. I think for the capsule, if you look at it now, work makes sense. Yeah, well, I think it's just the wrong axis in your case. So let's see, x. Then I think maybe there's maybe a residue of your value. Can you click on this there? See, there's some residue. It saves, put in. So I would zero it out. And you have two scripts on there. Delete it. Okay, good. Some good. Oh yeah, what are you guys doing here? Yeah, right. You understand. Getting the twist of it. Yeah, this next step is good. Yeah.
Change the speed.
Good. So. And it's just a matter of figuring out the right vertical. And why is that? Why is that the right answer? Because when you go,
when you go into your preferences, now project settings, input manager, you see horizontal and you see vertical. That's why you use vertical. Okay. So now let me check if it works. Okay. Yeah, I can forward, backward, left, and right. Okay. Now somebody said, well, yeah, the speed is crazy, and what the hell is going on? Let's fine tune that a little bit, okay? So problem. Speed is crazy. Yeah. And also another problem is, how often does it happen? Update. So update is calling our move function, right? Speed is crazy. Update runs once per frame. Once per frame. But on my machine, that can run on 56 frames per second. My laptop only can run 33 frames per second. My supercomputer at your home can run 120 frames per second. So that means, at the end, the speed is different to every user because it depends on the power of the computer. It's not standardized, okay? And how you deal with that? Time dot delta time fixes this. Sorry. Okay, so what I can do is I can multiply this now here with time dot delta time. So that means if I do this, I use time dot delta time, it will move so fast on every computer. Okay, it's now independent on frames per second. It's now independent on the power of the computer. So now see what we just did. We controlled the time management of here. So how could you create a variable that controls the speed, that can change the speed of the motion? How could you use that? It's your quest. Quest. How can you create a variable to control speed of motion? Make it faster, make it slower. How could you do that? Why not change the translation vector, right? Here. The X translate and the Z translate that is coming from your mouse that gives you a value between 0 and 1 or 0 and minus 1. You want to make that value bigger to make it faster or smaller to make it slower. How could you do that? You want to amplify or minimize the value. Sorry? What?
I was thinking multiply or divide.
I put my money on you. Bingo. You want to multiply this value with some sort of variable, with a placeholder. I'm not sure about this placeholder, but I would make a variable that then I would multiply this value. So if I hit 1 on the keyboard and I amplify it 10 times, I hit 10. Boom. Or 100. Boom. Or I make it smaller by 0.5. When I multiply a value with 0.5, I do what? If I divide by 2, 50%. Okay? So that means I can scale it up or make it smaller. So I multiply it. Okay, how do you do that? You have to work. What kind of data type would you choose? So if you want to multiply something to make it faster, right? We can say multiply with 10, 20, 100. So integer is just fine. But what about you make it smaller? Because then if you float, you can use 0.1. So it's 10% that you multiply to that. Yeah, no, but you can just add it here. This is the formula that calculates the speed in which it moves, the translation of it, right? So part of it is getting the value that this creates, whatever the value is, between 0 and -1 or 0 and +1, and you hardware. And then this is standardized with that, it takes care of business internally, no matter how it works. But now we want to multiply this with a value to make it more, so this distance is increased or smaller. So that means we just plug it in here. But then if you want to have a calculate, you have to be careful where you define the variable, you always call it. Yeah, that looks promising. But what do you do with this here? Why do you put here a multiplication symbol here? The question is, why do you use that? Okay, so again, pseudocode is important. Between English and C# have a step in between. Okay, how can you create a variable to control speed of motion? Okay, so first I'm gonna take pair of distance and gonna create a variable for speed. Okay, that is gonna be public or serialized. Let's use serialized again. The serialized field, that means this field shows up in the inspector. Now it's a data type. I'm gonna make a float. Because if I use an integer, I can multiply with 10, 20, 100. But how can I make it smaller? If I multiply with -100, it's gonna be -1. So I'm gonna use a float. Because the vector has a float. And I call that speed. And I try 10. I can change it anytime. because it's serialized. Okay. Now I need to control the speed of motion. This is the second part I need to take business of. And all of my motion is happening here. Okay. This is the formula. It takes, this is a value between 0 and 1. This is a value, this is a value between -1 and 1. This is a value between -1 and 1. And I multiply that with the speed variable. Okay, so that means if my speed variable gets very big, the whole result of this calculation becomes a lot. If it's multiplied 100, it becomes 100 times bigger. If I multiply that with 0.01, it becomes just 1%. Okay, good. So let's put this to the test. I have some sort of misspelling here. Because I misspelled it, it's uppercase here. Okay, let's try this again. Okay, so you can see here, I have here this speed variable that I started at 10. Okay, so now I'm gonna start playing around. Okay, it's better. So now I'm gonna turn it up. Let's put it to 20. Okay, let's put it on 50. Whoa, now I'm cruising. 100. Rushing around. I put it down at 0.1. I barely move. Okay. I'm fine with 10. Okay. Also be careful. The higher the number you put in, the more problem will become in the next steps. But that's it. Okay. So all we did is here, we came up with a variable that is a float and just multiply the value that we're gonna use to translate the whole thing. Okay, that's all it is. And when you remember, that's exactly also what we did in interactive media. But the same thing we do. Just doing. Why are you using? Yeah, well, look, be careful. Go to your script. What's happening? Where are you using the semicolon here? Did you click it here? Oh, no, you need to click here. And now you click this window, and now move it. Move it around, see if it works at all. Move it. Drive it around. So Well, your speed is 0. Right? If you multiply everything with 0, nothing. Right? If you multiply something with 0, the result is 0. Yes. Okay. Now try. Yeah, go in the script and change it in here. Do this in 10. 10.0. It saves that, so you override it also. It saves that in the interval. It undoes any changes that you do while playing. So unplay, get this stuff in order, and then play, and then check it. Okay, makes sense? Yeah, cool. Okay, good. So, so I'm gonna change a little bit. So there's so many ways of how you use inputs and how to move stuff around. I'm gonna now combine my mouse and the arrow keys. And what I'm going for is that. So this is my prototype here. So this is my mechanic work. Like I can look around with my mouse, and I just drive in the direction I'm looking at. So if I move my mouse, I just change my direction I'm looking at. So I combine mouse and arrow keys, just as an example. It's not good, it's bad. There's so many different ways of doing that. So this is what I'm going here after. So new learnings. Are input at axis mouse X, and I also have that from the input manager. It reads the mouse along horizontally. Okay, it reads the mouse horizontally, the x-axis of my mouse. But then I need to do something weird. I need to use weird local Euler angles to link the link mouse data to game object rotation. Okay. So that means in some odd places it can get a little bit complicated. I don't want to get involved in strange math. But when you look around and how can you use the values that the mouse generates and how can you fit it into rotation of the game object, you need to perform a width step in between, and that is done with local Euler angles. That means you have one certain way of defining data in space, and you can translate it in a different way before you can use it. Okay, this is just for context. So let's use mouse to look left, right, and arrow keys to go forward, backward. So that means what I'm interested in is I'm gonna replace sorry. I'm gonna keep forward and backward. In other words, my vertical to the mouse, but I want to control the horizontal left and right with my mouse. So I'm not using the X translate, get axis or horizontal, okay? I'm not using that. I want to let the mouse take over. So therefore I now create function that controls rotation via mouse. Void look around. Okay, so this is my function that hopefully does that. And what I can do here is I gonna create this variable locally. That means you see often when we create declare variables, we do it like globally. That means in the beginning of the script, so the variables are accessible all over the place. In this case, I make it local. That means I declare, initialize, and I declare and fill my variable inside the function. Okay. So I'm gonna make a float for my mouse X. This is my the horizontal, and I get now my let me debug first. Let me print this input get axis mouse X. Okay, and I also gonna call the look around in my update. So I'm gonna now print out what the mouse is doing, what this variable is creating for me. Just check out my console and see what strange variables I'm getting. Okay, so again, I get the same stuff I get from arrow keys. I get 0 and 1s. Okay, when I move my mouse, that means I know this stuff is working. So I now can create a float X mouse and fill it with that. Okay. But now I wanna, the problem is here, I have values from 0 to 1, and I want to throw it into rotation. And rotation takes what values? What values do you throw? Which value range do you throw into rotation? Come on, you know that. You did that a million times. What value range do you throw into rotation? Which numbers a rotation accept what kind of numbers? Between 0 and 360. Bingo, right? So the problem is now I have a range of 0 to 1 and I need to remap it to 0 to 360. This is the problem here. I'm not happy with 0 and 1, okay? And this is what this strange weird Euler angles are doing, okay? So I now take care of, now create I do that in several steps. So that means I have here a vector 3. That is my new rotation. I'm gonna load into the rotation here. And this prepares the rebedding. So what needs to happen is, so I rotate like this, and every frame, the new value that my mouse is bringing needs to be added to the current rotation that I'm having. Okay, so I look like this, and if my mouse keeps pushing me, I keep in that direction. If my mouse starts pushing me in a different direction, it needs to go in this direction. Okay, so this value needs to be calculated again and again and again. The X mouse. Okay. Now is a weird thing. In this vector, we need to crawl into the Y. Dot Y. Okay. This is weird because we take the X mouse that is horizontally, and we link that, we perform the calculation with the Y, the vector position, the Y in the vector position. Okay, this is a little bit weird, a little bit strange to understand, but just take it for granted in the moment, and then we assign this transform dot local Euler is equals new rotation. Okay, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4 weird steps here. We had to do that because of this weird situation that we're having here. The mouse coming in, giving you values between 0 and 1. We need to map them on a rotation vector that takes between 0 and 360. And we had to use the local Euler angle to do that, right? And we have this operation going on that has a connection between the Y vector and the horizontal mouse. That's the weird stuff in here, okay? If I want to explain it more, we go deep crazy into math, and I don't want to spend time on that. But that's often when you go online and check for scripts, we see some moments there. You try to kind of understand what it's doing and why you need it. And then point you need to think if you need to go deeper and really need to understand what it does, or you know how to use it for your advantage. And let's test it. Let's expect some mistakes. Ah, it works. I can look around. So my mouse and my rotation is linked now. You can see it up here. I start rotating. It takes those values of the mouse, 0 and 1, and it adds them. It keeps adding them every frame to my current rotation. This is the plus equal what it's doing. Okay, and I can move. I can drive forward, backward, and I move in whatever direction I'm moving to. Okay, so the quest how can you control the sensitivity of the mouse? How can you control? We control the speed of driving around, but can you control the speed or the sensitivity of looking around? All that with the wrong function calling in the update? No, you're not calling it in the update. Okay. Unplay. Yeah, make sure you call that function, otherwise it just never happens. Okay. Yeah, I think so. All right, yeah, so this the last step is a little bit weird, but I just wanted to combine it. You can see that.
The perfect.
Yeah, unplay. Unplay. You're not calling the function. This never happens. It never happens. See what is happening? Update, move, but it's not being looked around. Okay. Yeah, it's very important. Functions. It's a very common problem. You're so obsessed with making sure your function is correct, and then you don't. It's actually not being called. Okay. And what you can be doing, you can have a debug like this. Okay. And say debug.log, and you can say look around function is called. And if you look in your console and you can see that this message doesn't show up, that means this function has never been called. And you know, right, okay, you can use something like that to help you stay sane. Okay, the sensitivity of the mouse. Who are able to control the sensitivity of the mouse? Okay, same thing with speed. You generate a new variable that is visible to the inspector called sensitivity, and then we use that where we do the calculation. Here's the calculation being performed. Okay, this is the calculation, and we just multiply that with the sensitivity. Just need to find where the calculation is being done. Now we can have a value in which we can we can use to look faster left and right or slower left and right. Because again, if sensitivity is very high, 100, 2000, 3000, our value is being multiplied big times, or if it gets very small, 0.9, 90%, 80%, 50%, 20%, 10%, 1% being diminished. And in game design, you need those variables because at the end, towards the end, when you do polishing, you need to look into that, and you do more and more in this thing. So let me try if that actually works. Okay. Sensitivity. I see. So I pump this up and I go nuts in there. I go crazy because now my rotation is super sensitive. My mouse is multiplied 100%. Sorry, 100 times. Okay, so now we start to populate a little bit more. Okay, so what we need to do for the next step is this. We're now trying to build that. We're putting some objects into there to bump against. So now we're talking about collision. Okay, we are finished talking about player control. We now did a couple of times very slowly worked through the problem of the controlling the motion of game objects with hardware input. There are so many things you can map this to whatever. One example is using the arrow keys. Another example is using the mouse. The mouse to rotate, the arrow keys to whatever. You can move it around and map that to whatever. And they use variables a lot. So they're super nice as placeholders. You can feed it into whatever stuff and so on. Now we're talking about collisions. Game objects have default components like mesh renderer and colliders. Let's go back here. See, let's look at my capsule. See my components? The components of my capsule are a transform component. We played around with that. We also have a capsule, which is the primitive itself, the mesh. Then we have a mesh renderer and a capsule collider. This is by default when I create the primitives in. Let's see what happens when I uncheck the mesh renderer. The mesh disappears. What is left when the mesh disappears? That's the collider box. It's just a kind of mesh that is not there to be visible, but it can be used to bump into things. All right? To bump into things. I'm not using this capsule collider here. No, I can delete it. Because if you import your stuff from Blender, whatever, it doesn't come with a collider. Because it's not a primitive created in here. So I will do this now from scratch. So see, I don't have a collider here. This is the empty game object that houses some stuff. And now I'm gonna add a collider here. Add component, capsule collider. And so this doesn't match here. I change this so it does. Okay, so now I have a capsule collider here. Let me go into my mesh renderer. Come here. Height. What is the height of my? It's 1. Okay, so I use here the capsule collider. Like this, okay? But I created and added on the empty game object. Okay, that's a capsule collider. Now, as you noticed, yes. When I play my game so far, and I meet other things that have a collider on them, I just go through them. Okay? If I want this not to happen, if I want the boundary to be rigid, I need to add a rigid body to my thing. Add component, rigid body. Okay? Now physics are applied. Game and Unity has physics in there. Now this is being applied. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens when I did that. Okay. The first thing is it falls through the floor. Somewhere. Ah, what did I do? Okay. See what happens with me? I fall over. Okay. So on my game object, there's a capsule and rigid body, and yeah, the physics apply, and weird things can happen. So in my case, what I don't want that my rotation is affected. So that means I can do stuff like freeze constraints. I don't want my rotation to be affected. I don't want to. Also my up and down movement should not be affected. And I don't want to use gravity. But let's keep it enabled and play around a little bit. Okay, so now. Okay, now I can't bump anymore into my wall. Okay, so I disable gravity in my case, I don't need it. Now I can't bump into stuff, okay? So what I need to have on this object, in my case, it's the empty game object. I have a collider and I have a rigid body. These are the two components I need to have. And I have here some freezing around. That's the only thing I changed. And I disabled gravity. So please add some obstacles. Please add some obstacles. Some walls in here. Again, make cubes, turn them into prefabs. Okay, so we're gonna game object, cube, let's scale, no. And we also make a script. We attach a script to your obstacle, whatever it is. No, you don't. It's just a wall. Okay, we don't need a script on the wall. And then this is, we name this. We name this obstacle. We drag it into, and now it becomes a prefab. So now super quick. I can start populating. Around. Okay, and now I have some more stuff to bump against. Okay. Boom, okay. And I don't bump against, I can't go through it because this thing here has a collider and it has a rigid body. Okay, populate the scene a bit. Who has troubles with collision? Where is collision not working? Yeah, well, it could be collision. So if you go into thing, where's your player? Where's your rigid body? Yes. So it can freeze. Be careful what you do. And yes. So you freeze up, down, and maybe you don't use gravity. Oh, that's, and can't do that. Maybe you don't need to use gravity. Okay, try again. Okay, good. Okay. It still gets weird. The reason for that might be that your collision measures are not aligned. Well, you need to look very collided. You need to look very collided and see and check and see if that works, if that is good. It looks good. Then you make a collision and look very close if you can see properly. Collision is working. So like your collider looks weird. Please cancel collider and you will take that one. I'm not sure what you did there. Why? Because it looks better. Maybe so in that you can see what's going on. This now. Let's
again and maybe move it up. Not the center right, you need to move it up, yeah. You change the height of it, you need to, yes. But be careful that it doesn't intersect with the floor, otherwise it will be good. So maybe the height is 1 time.
You want that your collider is about the size, the place, the proportion of your player character, whatever that might be. Stop the game. No, the player. So now I don't know where the problem started. Did it work before the rigid body? It worked before you added the rigid body. Delete the rigid body from there. You need to stick in there. So not doing anything. That has nothing to do with the rigid body. Do you have where to stick that here? You have to strip in 2 different places. You only have it as a root. And you need to click in here so it becomes active. Console. You need to find, I don't know where the problem is, so first thing I'm not sure if that actually works, so bring the key value to the console. Unplay. So you know, yeah, you're not even getting that. Input get exit horizontal. Okay. There we go, first thing. So you are here. Okay, so it starts already that the you not naming that. Really? Okay, go update. And just debug any message. So just hello. Get a lot of errors. Yeah, you have a long before you had a rigid body, you had a problem. We need to keep testing throws. Now we need to go back and don't know where the problem is. I think it's the space problem. I'm not sure that it's the mouse. So the string you're looking for doesn't exist. It's mouse space X. like Elon Musk. Okay, like it's super important. Do not move on unless you know the stuff you previous worked on. Yeah, clear everything. Okay, no, that's okay. Now you can move around. Can you move around? Now you can play, and now you add a rigid body. You add a rigid body every phase. You add a collider and a rigid body. And be careful how you place the collider. You add a capsule collider, but make sure it's not like in the bottom of the line. So you go your player, your arm player, your player, add component. You have already capsule collider. Is that good? Where is it? You want sharp like this. Yeah, I think you could, maybe there's how you place the collider. I will disable the mesh transfer and check out the collider. Edit collider, like how, where that is, I think it's not really on the boundary. Yeah, good, awesome. Walls in there. Good. So it means the first problem was getting this stupid thing to move. It took us almost all day. All right. We used the keyboard. We used the mouse. What we learned is that we work very slow, step by step, because mistakes can happen so many times. Okay. Do not move onwards, trusting that what you just did works. You do something, you test it. If it works, you move onward. Okay? Because if not, you don't know what the problem is. And you need to go back and you need to delete what you just wrote. You always need to be able to say the problem is in this area, that area. Never move forward unless you know what you just did works. It becomes too complicated. You can't figure out the problem. Next step, after moving your player around, was collision, bumping against something and not being able to go through walls. Okay? Yeah, it's a little bit flimsy. It's not super perfect. You need to be careful where the collider is. You need to play around with the rigid body settings. But the player object has a collider and it has a rigid body. This takes care of business. So the next step is now to trigger things, to make things happen because something is being collided. So for the next step is create some things to collect. So we're starting to have something like a maze and add some stuff we're gonna crash into in order to collect them. Okay? In this case, my stuff has an animation on there. Okay, you can see that the things here that are around, they just rotate. And they are again prefabs. Okay, let's add that. So let me here, oh, you know what? I throw that into my environment. Nice. So In my case, I just make a plain cube. This is for collecting this cube. Let's go, where is it? I'm gonna make this a little bit bigger. Yes. Yes. I'm gonna give this also a material. Good. And now I add an animation. Who knows how to add an animation? Just a basic animation in Unity. Idea? Yeah, bingo. It's a little bit weird. You have here animation and animator. Let's click on animation. If I open animation, I now create an animator to host an animation clip. Okay, animation is an object. It's an object you apply to things. When you do your animation in Blender, animation is an object, data, XYZ transformations being exported, and you can use that and you can link that to other objects. You can retarget animation. Okay, animation is an object. I create this one here. Call that collecting animation, whatever. Now I can add property. In my case, it's gonna be some super stupid rotation, and I unfold. It made already 2 keyframes for me. I scroll to get some time. I go to the other keyframe, and I make a 360 all around. Give it some time, more time, 2 seconds. Let's see what it does. Oh, let's play it. That's it. Okay, just spinning around 360. Can you see that? It speeds up and slows down. Why is that? Why does it speed up and slow down? In animation terms. Bingo. How could I fix that? Change what? Keyframe. The keyframe? Curve? What do you mean with that? The keyframe interpolation. How those 2 values of the keyframe are being calculated. And I don't know. Let's just right click and see what we get. Flat. Something that's supposed to sound like linear. Okay, let's see what happened. Okay, so it looks like more even. Okay, the opposite of is in and is out is a curves, Bezier curves, and the opposite of that is flat or linear, where the speed doesn't change, doesn't go faster or slower, whatever. Okay. Okay, just to summarize what just happened. We opened the animation window, created an animator, and made an animation clip. Okay, so now I show you the weird thing here. It's the animator. Window, animation, animator. And this takes care of business here. That means here on entry, when the game starts, this animation clip is being played. By default, if I have multiple animations, I click them and manage them behavior and things complicated. But that's the place. The animator is the place I manage my animations in Unity. Okay, so let's see if I hit play. Yeah, okay, it works. Before I turned it into prefab, I also create a new script. And I attached it to my collecting, and then I make a prefab out of it. That means now, when I throw it into my scene, every of those objects, all those objects have the script attached. I don't need to attach my script to all of this object because the script is part of the prefab. Okay, let's see. Compiler. Okay, I just have a problem because I have scripts, two scripts that have the same name. So let me undo that stuff. Okay. Okay, so now I have a bunch of stuff. And all of those things have a script attached, and we now write this, a script, and we're gonna make things happen when things touch each other. Yep. Yeah, looking good. I like the hair. Very stylish. Yeah, everybody has some stuff to collect. Yeah, that's fine. Doesn't really matter. You put a script on top of it. You're collecting points. So make a new script. Yeah, call it something about collecting, whatever. Attach it. So I would, yeah, attach it to points.
That's material. That's the strip. Just drag that on that. You made already a prefill out of it. So if you click on that, you open it. Now you add the script. Yes, okay, now you can go. Now you can take your point prefab, which is this. You can throw it here. And this is your prefab, right? You can make more of them by just dragging them in here. Or that. Let me go again. That's the material. Yes, and again and again. And you have an animation on that?
Em để em đụng nó xong cái nhiên nghiệp nó cũng tự chuyển dùng cái băng.
Maybe they're gonna be a little bit small because you want to run into them and not collect them, and then you have to program that to slide and then maybe it works, but I'm not sure about that. Do they have already a script on them?
Đúng rồi, tự tạo animation và tạo cái loop.
Okay, to move on.
Animation.
Let's see. So what you should be having here is I have here something I'm going to collect. These are quite big because I want to run into them. I have a script attached to them. See that? But if you want to change your prefab after you created it, you need to open the prefab. Okay? So you open it and make sure that it has a script attached to it. And now I'm gonna do this, say in this box collider, I say is trigger. I turn it into a trigger. Make sure all the things that we're now going to collect that are in your scene, all of them go into the prefab and make sure in the box collider there are a trigger, because a trigger means that they're gonna do something. They're gonna know when they're being run into. There are a trigger, it's a trap that goes boom, and the moment it's triggered, okay, this is enabled, and they have a script here, because we're now gonna work on the script. The animation is not important, it's just one little thing to add, but make sure there are triggers, and they have a script.
So I think that the plus sign means it's not applied. Can you click on that? Open it. So the plus sign is different from the other one because it's not applied on the prefab. Can we just remove that? Now we go into the prefab, see, and there, that's the collision. Now this is being applied on all of them.
and they are also triggered. Okay? And this is now all of them. They all trigger.
Chuyên giờ cái giờ đúng như cái giờ đấy cái giờ cái kiểu ta thôi làm sao để cho em để gì vì lấy đi lấy thôi bao nhiêu người mà chỉ là không có lúc nào không có đâu có gì để đâu ủa mấy mở được cái lượng là được cái mở được mấy cái đó đúng là cái gì đấy
Okay, maybe some spiritual. But looks good.
khổ mày xong mày kia
This trigger. On your things.
đi xuyên luôn
Maybe you added them when the play was unfair.
đi xuyên qua chữ áp rồi thành đúng
Yeah, make sure it's not in there.
đi xuyên qua cái như chữ gỡ là để nó ngưỡng cái gọi
Yeah, delete them.
đi cũng không biết
So what you do? How do you get them? Add another feedback. No. We drag them out from here. Where's your feedback? Yeah, you drag it from here. Okay. Try again. Yeah, okay, this is the way. Take that's your source. That's all the stuff we have. And if you duplicate, maybe it gets weird. Okay, so now we start collecting stuff. We trigger things. The things are happening. Okay. Now in preparation again, the things to be collided to, they are set to being a trigger. Okay, and they have a script. This script now attached to the trigger. This is we open now and have a look at. Okay. So new learnings. Okay. Colliders can be triggers. Okay. We need to be doing that. Okay. Is on trigger enter is a function that knows if another collider smashes into this game object. Okay, so we can use that now. We don't need to use it in void and start. It is triggered when another collider smashes into that function that is called when touched. And it means is when its collider is being triggered by another collider touching it. And that is void on trigger enter. This is a very special one. It's a very special function. And it takes arguments. It takes arguments, which we didn't look at, but that's how it looks. Okay, it takes two arguments. That's the collider and the other. The other holds the name of the game object that is being collided in. All right, and let's test this. Debug.log collision. So let's test that. So what is going on? All my obstacles here, those boxes here, they are now listening for when another collider collides with them. Where is my console? Okay. It gets messy here. Where is that? Okay, see, collision. If I now move away from that, it stops yelling. If I start touching this collider with its rigid body, and again I get the collision debug. Okay. So that means what we can do with that. Where is that? We can now destroy this. Okay, so another learning. Destroy function can destroy game object. That's how we can make it disappear. Different ways of doing that. We can change the position, we can disable the mesh renderer, or we can just remove it from the hierarchy. So, destroy. It takes an argument. It takes an argument what we are supposed to be destroying. So we're talking about this game object. This. So we're talking there where this is attached on. And we're gonna go through the transform dot game object. Okay, so this is the that should be, oh, you know, look that up. Let's pretend we don't know that. Unity C# destroy, or let's say delete game object. Let's see what happens. Destroy. Object destroy. Destroy game object. Yeah, so we end up with destroy. So let's test this. And it disappears. disappears. And disappears. Okay, so why is that? These objects, they are triggers, and they have a script attached that is called when it's triggered. When on collision enter, when another collider enters it, then this function is triggered, and what this function is doing is destroy itself. It just disappears. Okay. We could make it a little more elegant. What you often see is, but you are triggered if this kind of object hits you. But if this other kind of object hits you, something else happens. You know, so if I collect something that gives me health, you know, I should, you know, add more points, or I start collecting coins. If I collect and touch coins, I get more points. But if I touch an enemy, I'm game over. So there are different kinds of, depends who enters me. So now what I'm doing is, I think it's the first time we use it, I give my player a tag. I give him a tag. I have options. I choose here player. And in that case, I can go back in my script and can say, if player is player. It works already, you know, it's just me doing a little bit of extra step, okay? I can say other. In other, what is saved is the game object. And I can go into the game object dot tag and ask, are you player? And only then this is happening. Okay? But this I only need to do that if I would have multiple things running around, and I need to differentiate between these kind of things collecting or running away. You know, Pac-Man, he likes fruits, but he hates the ghosts, and so different ways of doing the same thing. Okay. This is just a little extra step, but it's very powerful because you can assign things to layers, you can assign things to tags. Okay, let's do this again. Nothing changed. Okay, let's drive around. Yeah, still the same stuff. Nothing changed, but that's just the same. It just checks for the tag. I could have used this for something else. Okay, but in my case, I don't need this if. I don't need to check for the tag because there's only one player in town. All right, so I'm now, there's one last thing I'd like to be doing, and that is the following. To trigger a function that sits in another script. Once you see that, if I run into you, I trigger an event that happens somewhere totally, completely else, in another script somewhere else. Yeah, maybe let's see how much time we have towards the end. Before we do that, I'd like to check in with you. Check in if you have any question, you want to discuss anything about your assignment coming up. Deadline for your assignment number 2 is next week, Thursday. Okay. What we're looking for is another prototype. Yeah, you're not gonna be finished presenting the final perfect thing because in 6 weeks, as you see, there's not we can't deliver a finished thing. But we like to see a prototype. We'd like to see iteration, and we like to see that we present it accordingly. Okay. So think about how you submit your thing. Do not submit me on a Unity XE. Okay, don't compile this thing and submit an XE an executable Unity project. Think about, you should submit your projects in a way you would submit it to your own portfolio. How you show your Unity project to other people. Do they need to come home to you? Sit down on your computer? Right? It's not good. At the end of the day, you present your work through your portfolio. Okay? So that means think about submitting your work as a durable record. As a record somehow that you can store, that's durable, and that you can share. So that means most likely you will produce a short trailer that shows the gameplay. Okay, that's very, very common in that particular. The screen capture, you can add some titles to show a function in there. Okay. Even if when I run VR classes, like how do you share your VR work online? You can't really need special hardware. It's impossible. Okay. So please submit your work how you would submit it and present it in your portfolio. Think about that. Okay. So 2 parts: your PDF, design, research document. Okay. What you really need to show is that it is more important than technical abilities, that you show that you have a structured, systematic approach to design practice. If I hire you as a designer for my company, I want to know that you know how to work, that you can approach a design problem step by step in a systematic way. Right. In our class, we talked about design thinking. Okay, there's empathy, there's defining a problem statement, there's ideating, there's testing, there's prototyping. That's one approach that's very popular. It's something I offer you as a consideration, because the problem that you will be having, you will never be hired as someone who knows to use software, because this is not your education. If I want to hire someone who knows Blender, I hire someone who learned Blender when they were 12 years old. Right? If I want to know Blender well, all I need to do is open YouTube and just learn how to treat Blender. Unity, if I want to know how someone who knows how to program C#, you can find it all on the internet. Okay. But I'm interested in hiring a design student who knows they can find a solution that works for our clients, who can do this thinking. Yes, who know technology, who know how things work, who know the totally hallucinating, and yeah, we can all fly to the moon and then no. Good that you know how things are made, it's very valuable. But most important is that you know how to think as a designer. That you present your work as a designer accordingly. Okay, this is what we really need to see. And that was really what we're training in. Okay. Good. So just checking in. How are you doing? Assignment. Okay, any questions? It's good to show your work to others, to get a second opinion, to see how it's doing. It's part of testing.
I'm planning to have like a little question. Should I have a video render video, or I should do the animation?
Depends what you do, depends what you prototype, depends what you're testing, depends on your project version. That's the wrong question. As a designer, you don't ask what's easier. As a designer, you ask what solves the problem. Right? What solves the problem that you have? The problem is solving a solution. If somebody has a problem, a desire, a need, a want, and you respond to that through something. You want to produce something that is cheap and quick, therefore you only will earn cheap and quick money. If you're going to produce something that has value and is expensive, then you will earn a lot of money. If you are in the mindset of producing easier things that are easy and quick, you will only earn accordingly. Okay, so it's more a mindset question for you. Okay, how are you doing? Yeah. Yes, it takes time. What's the problem you're working on? Good. You?
Currently, my problem is I'm trying to transfer the data animation from Blender into Unity.
Yes.
For some semester, it's only transfer the mesh, but not the texture.
You need to maybe export
FPS.
Blender,
I export FPS, but
fake
somehow,
animation.
like,
Fake animation needs to be enabled by default.
active player. I chose active player and bake animation.
Fake animation.
But somehow when it end up on the Unity, is the assets just the skin, the mesh, but not the. It's, in
What
the
kind of
animation,
animation is it?
just walking animation and idle animation.
It's a rig,
Yes.
right? So it's a rig that transforms polygon. Polygon. So it's a rig.
Yes, a rig in keyframe each motion.
So and then you need to look for that. You need to look for examples how you can export animation from a rig character. Because maybe you need to apply certain things. So I know from 3ds Max and Maya, if you have your rig, you need to turn it into a loop. And there are some complicated rigs that maybe don't work because they have too many joints, or you use constraints that are not working.
Or most customers, they usually have a tab animation tab. They have the animation data, but my mesh is don't have that, so I kind of think.
Okay, it sounds like a Blender problem. It sounds like undecided problem.
Yes, they try to look at many YouTube tutorials for that.
Make it simple. First to the cube, then just have a rig animation, just one joint doing something, and put in Unity and see if it works, and then you just add and add complexity. Okay, it's try to find where the problem is by breaking it down one by one. Okay, how are you doing? Can you do tests where you let people sit down and try? That is more important than you getting lost in making assets. Right? If I understand, it's easy to get lost. But you will find more interesting things by just letting somebody try something out that is more accurate. Because then, damn, that feature is stupid. I don't need that part there. Try more. So consider testing and active version before you commit too much time and working in a direction you maybe end up.
Hiện sao vậy? Khó khăn gì? Sao export animation nhiều hay vậy? Mấy tin tụi tôi ngồi chỉ á. Anh Blender FPS. Tự nhiên nó có cái cột gì không biết nữa. Sáng một đó em dùng Blender luôn. Blender nhưng mà đừng mất gì cái
You already test data that other students made? Yeah, good. Very good. So you have a function prototype, make a test, prototype and test, and people try to play it, and they will say, you need to observe them, and you see, it's fun, it's stupid, I don't know what this is, and how you get this, what's the next step? Then, very don't get lost in making something big thing, maybe you don't then test it.
nó vậy chuyện qua nó đụng cái mặt anh chuyện qua nó chặt đó qua rồi nó mà không biết làm sao cái này cho nó qua giữa nào có gì hỏi gì có việc mà rồi chữ tay qua cái cảnh
I don't know. Dinner's next week. I don't know what was the
Thực ra hay ngu đúng không? Nghĩ là tại sao con nó luôn luôn vậy cho người ta. Thì giờ camera của ông này cũng nhiều phải lấy về Ủa là làm chơi lơ á, vô chơi làm chơi lơ. Mới nói má tưởng
Well, you know about the how come you know? Why does it rain? You need to talk into the What is the design problem? Your gain, what is the gain? A response to
có máu
người chết
có máu
không máy máy
thật cái này nó tái
why do you need to find that in the game? How can the game answer that?
đâu cái phần gì đó
ý là nó nếu mà nó đáng thì nó nằm là cái chạy
Your answer?
nếu mà đáng mà nó nằm
What's the question?
nhưng mà đưa cái máy mà nó tự nó làm gì đâu
mình thấy có cái
You not start out
giờ nó mua lại cái
based on the So how could you know? How can you find it out? How can you make you're not the
Rõ gì đây?
How can you find it out? So it seems what you're trying to do is find a way how to design this game in order to make people curious about or you're aware of the problem of the ocean. Design a game somehow try to engage But the problem is it's too broad. Number one problem. Who are you people? Who are you talking about? And how do you do that? One thing that you need to make a map. Why do you think
ủa có đó là ủa sao ấy là phải có một
It's not a drum that
you can press down until
it we can try, but for the heads and I'd say we need at least like my house is like based on the wall, right? So this is they so we need then we can
cái tính kiểu và sẽ có một cách xem trước giống vậy cái xem nó nhỏ vậy chúng ta mới vô cái mini game dễ đơn giản rồi. Nếu mà xịn nó thôi, mấy cái này trên mạng thì có.
Đi ngoài nước lại
Nghĩ à, rồi hả? Cái game không phải gì ngoài
Educate their
không thấy trong phim để đây sao thiên đạo
on what you need to be on what tools or what tools are more nutritious, right? So that means which is more nutritious? Fruit salad or pizza?
Tức là mình không cái gì để giới thiệu.
sao mà sẽ có những cái cách giải quyết mà nó rất là tốt, nhưng mà nó là cái
Coca-Cola là cá, tức là người. Người Việt Nam.
What has more vitamins? What has more minerals? So maybe I'm thinking now you think about the problem. What is the teacher trying to teach to whom? Then you can also think about the target audience. But they are where the target audience is the teacher, not the student. Okay. Okay. And what something to do with certain things. You need students to maybe they just move around in 3D. Collecting things that are more nutritious and avoid those, run away from pizza and find this movement. Find okay, this could be a prototype if we can test it.
đấy đi chỉ lúc em vay về luôn, đổi lại chúng ta rồi. Đừng lấy chúng con vậy. Cái tụi này gì quét lấy cái phần kim ba đúng không? Không, game một cái này không được đánh bản quyền. Game một cái này gọi là đánh bản quyền.
game gì
Very abstract. You know, this sounds how the problem solution. Next week is deadline. You need to have something specific. What is the thing you want? What specifically are you doing? There are human walks into a house and there are programs. If I now sit down and trying to do that, I need to spend working 5 years on it. So what specifically are you trying to do? Fixing what? What? How do you fix it? What minigame? Okay, now one minigame. Did you make already one minigame? The next week is Saturday. You choose one game and prototype it. Just one thing. Don't simulate the whole house here and fly and then no, just focus on one thing. We're not sure about how that okay, it sounds very, what we're doing, I don't know, but it sounds very complicated. You know? So I think to make it manageable, you need to focus on the very clear. Yeah, there's 2 cables, If they connect the electricity is down, they cannot navigate and then touch each other and then the light is on. But I'm not sure how you will program. I'm not understanding the program. But saving electricity. So saving electricity. But how, if I fix wires, how do I save electricity?
The goal was energy. Yeah.
I save electricity by switching off. Switching it around me.
Cái conception có control.
Switching off the things around me.
Fusion power. Yeah, this is
Maybe it's like similar to this. We have rooms, and every time you go out, you switch off the
Yeah,
light.
I'm gonna try and simulate that.
And if you don't switch off the light,
Just the basic idea.
it will very simple, very concrete. Don't get too much negative. Okay?
As for
Very narrow, very
the
small.
game objects, I'll just use the basic spheres. Yeah. So the environment, I'll just put it
Whatever you think, how you put them, it makes sense to you. You just record a daily crime. Just take the sound of the daily crime. No, whatever. Just two days. You are the designer. You're the writer. Okay, whatever is helps you to solve your problem.
First career, I published it and changed the page.
Cái này game nhập vai. Không nhìn cái đèn.
Like, yeah, you need to see.
Chị nó khác, chị nó không có hỏi bị
tao có tỏi vô tao
Cái này là xây chịu, cái này là xây chịu.
Environment. I need to
nó mò ra ý là làm gì cho nó dễ để mà thấy mấy cái mà mấy cái mà
maybe would I focus on about healing, about being generous. If you want to do giving to other people who are in need, maybe you should just focus on the giving. How can you make giving fun? How can you give something to everybody and see fun? Yeah, like I don't think it should be an extra because then why don't you the game itself should be the most right? Otherwise you don't really hey, the game should make giving fun. How are you doing?
Trên sơn đâu chứ vào đâu. Ý là mày viết
Kem nó, ê, kem nó check mà.
Report type, what you working on?
Em học con tôm.
Yeah, so yeah, what is it?
tôi muốn con đêm cái hình. Con đêm. Tiền đây qua đi. 12 đủ rồi. Ủa.
Where is the design program?
Chưa
So what's your question?
Ủa là mỗi người mỗi cái đúng không?
Kéo cái tổng đúng không? Đúng không? Đúng không? Đúng không?
Any lesson? Any lesson?
Environmental.
How? How do you know it is fun? How do you know that it's fun to play?
Mình có phải bỏ gì không? Cái bóc lại nào vậy?
I you say only because something has abstract shapes and bright colors it's fun? Really? So if something has no abstract paint colors and no abstract shapes, it's not fun.
Animation đó, còn lại nó có.
You test it.
Cái múa thì
When do you have a prototype? Prototype to test? Okay. So the action is collecting, correct? They collect things, they click on things. Yeah, so you know, if I click on things, what makes and you say depending on what it is, right? If the thing looks nice, it's fun. If it doesn't look nice, it's not fun, correct? Okay. You need to test it, okay? I don't know, I'm not sure, yeah, but it's a claim and you need to test it, okay? You need to see. You see, it would be good if you have a test. Do not get lost in ideas. Don't produce acids and acids and acids and acids and levels and levels and levels. Just make a really rough. You have just one thing, okay? You can see. Let it be played. See how it goes. Okay? If it's not fun, it's fine. Okay? It doesn't mean you have to okay? Something very important. When you test your stuff and you want to, so for example, yeah, my project is to make blah 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 fun, and you test it, and people like hate it and say like, oh, you awful. I mean, this is just a waste of my life. It does not mean you have a bad project. Okay? Only because you find your findings are negative doesn't mean your project is negative. It's positive. It's good to find problems. It means you as a designer, you're willing to look where it hurts and trying to fix that. It's much better than to not test something and hope somebody likes it. Okay? Okay. Test it as soon as possible. Okay, how you doing? Yes, yes.
Cái lời rác thì nó kiểu là tích tổng hợp tất cả post lại cái chân nó bị post lại mấy cái chân nó bị cái đuôi hả? Đuôi không phải đuôi đuôi này chưa
So what is it? What do you what's the thing? What's the question? What's the question?
Không là cái ngoài là gì đấy
How to represent it? What? How you do that? How?
nên để cái nhà bác sĩ ngay đi
But you do it in the computer.
Nhưng mà không cần phải
But
làm.
I don't
Where? Where?
like
In teacher, okay, like in a game, in a virtual environment, okay? How can you create a virtual environment that explores how do you say?
Nhưng mà không phải là
Góp lên.
Yeah, the more that you have to test, yeah?
em làm đúng cái
Yes, explore, open-ended exploration. You know, you don't
MDS
need to do that. You just explore.
sau đó hỏi vô Blender trước.
No, that's super. A lot of these open exploration games, you're not thinking about going for a walk. You're just going for a
Vì
walk.
là em MDS xong bỏ vô
So the games are just about going for a walk. That's it. Just a bit.
Game one là gì?
You just now need to try to have a prototype. How many things, how many scenes do you have? So if you throw that into maybe so here's what I'm thinking. So try to throw it into Unity, you know, have a camera and just walk around and see, you know, make the world in Unity and be able to walk around, okay? But I'm afraid it will not look as good. It's hard to make things look as good as that. Yeah. So try it, okay? If it doesn't look as good, maybe do that. So you make a camera and look at it. Yeah? But you can, okay? Test it.
Không bao giờ. Rồi, áo này nè. Họ biết rồi, ý nè.
So here's one way. You do both, okay? You throw it into Blender, you throw it into Unity, and you know, simple, just as a camera walking around. It maybe it's okay if it doesn't look perfect. Okay? Maybe the colors, the lights, and stuff. Let someone test it. Let other women test it. Okay? And see how they respond. Okay? You do that for prototypes. Okay? If you want to have that it looks beautiful, then it's faster to do better. Okay? So in your trailer, you have your project, the project title. What's the name of the project? Yeah, and your subtitle is celebrating a virtual exhibition of a celebration, a virtual celebration of the imperfections of the human appearance. Okay? Subtitle, and then we see some beautiful images. Then we see some screen capture of prototypes, and then some beautiful camera movement, Blender, everything's beautiful rendered, and maybe
Có hai cái là cái đứng.
and in your prototype, that other maybe tested, they will say, you know, you don't need to move, they will say, oh wow, that reminds me of, I like, I don't like, you know, and then you see, you know, for the next prototype, you would need to work on it, what you need to test. Okay. Okay. And something very important is scale. I'm not sure if you work too small. I make a thing that you make like landscape more. But walk around, you see the mountains, that the mountains are being formed. Like very big. If I walk here, you know, this works when we're here. But when you walk across the stairs, or maybe I think you need to play around with scale. Maybe it's very small or super big.
Phải nhảy qua cái gì đó đi. Đâu thì em chỉ hồi nãy quăng cái cột kia vô là xong rồi.
I'm not sure it looks that right because all the forms that you see here, it's just like this. But if I'm the person and on that side, all that stuff will be different. And I'm not sure it's helping you. I don't think so. Because I think you never look down here. You always stand it from this perspective. Okay, so I think you will have some exercises there.
Không vậy gì cũng được mà.
Yeah.
Đúng rồi vậy đó, nhưng mà cái lần xuống á, nó hơi nhanh.
Yeah, that's what the American can have, but it takes more time. So to make something it's really good, you need to play around with the render pipeline and then the material. Look around with that.
Nhưng mà
This is yeah, you play around with that. Keep in mind, it takes you long to make it. It's easier to make beautiful images here. In Unity, it's easier to have things happening at the same time, walking around.
Mùa. Chưa có mùa, chưa xin phép chưa mùa.
Để gì đâu ai bán đâu, đâu ai bán đâu.
Say about active so people that actually so because they will be one so but I haven't added it yet but they will be and then you go but if you didn't
It looks very good. I think maybe some parts of people don't want to take it looks so hidden.
yeah, I suppose
I don't know if it's here or whatever. But that's fine. Just take a test. Take someone, let them It's fine. You will see how they look. So it's fine. Just test it. Maybe you will find. Full level test. Yeah, well done. Yeah, whatever works best.
Có cái BS theo cái đường đây làm thẳng lên cũng được.
Again, kind of games. Okay. Bring young students to use less paper or an alternative to paper. Convince, I think your word is convince, or motivate. How can a game motivate young students to use less paper?
So if I can use should I
Yeah, do a test as soon as possible. And you find something, they will say, you will find something. Okay? Make a test as soon as possible. Okay? So you want to let's step to that thing and talk about your assignment. So